mas não tá guardians of the rangelands, why African pastoralists deserve maintenance. Um, so to start this space, we want to give an special opening by Samantha or sister, that is going to read a poem. One of our brothers couldn't come because of visa situation, but we really want to bring his voice through this poem. So please help me to welcome Samantha.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for coming. Feels good to see all of you here this afternoon. Thank you for creating time to be here with us in our event today. So I'm going to hope I'm audible enough. You can hear me? Sister Vidya, can you hear me? Sister Eileen, good, thank you. So to start us off this event today, I'm going to read or recite a poem. I'm going to recite a poem from my brother. He's Professor Andrew Msami from Tanzania. And he was not able to make it here. He ought to have been here today with us. But due to logistical challenges, he couldn't be here today with us. But in the spirit of brotherhood and sisterhood, and because this poem speaks to us as pastoralists in the region, I would want to have the honor to read this on his behalf. The title of the poem is Pastoralism, Our Pathway to Food Security. We are the pastoralists, the guardians of the land, walking the rhythm of ancient suns. Our cattle, our sheep, our donkeys roam, echoes of life in the land we call home. The soil, the genesis of all we see, feeds the roots of our sacred tree. From earth to beast, from beast to man, a cycle unbroken since time began. Our food is more than sustenance there. It is spirit, culture, the bond we share. No soul is denied, no hand turned away. For in every meal, our ancestors stay. The elders whisper, wisdom old, how to store grain, how to keep hold. Through drought, through flood, through trials untold, we have never been hungry. Our story unfolds. Yet today, we stand in hunger's grip, not from drought, not from nature's whip. Foreign hands invade our land, disturb the balance, and break the strand. They call it change, but we have always known. Shifting skies, seasons sown, the earth has turned, the winds have cried, yet we endured, we thrived. Please let us lead, let us show the path our ancestors know. Pastoralism is our sacred way, a future where all may stay. Recognize, respect, let us be stewards of land, wild and free. For in our ways lies the key to feed once more. We are the pastoralists, resilient and strong. Our song of survival, a timeless song. Thank you.
Thank you, my sister Samantha, for that beautiful words. And I think that have sent the space for us to be here in spirit and in soul to really get started. So let me introduce myself. My name is Deborah Sanchez. I'm from the Mosquito community in the eastern coast of Honduras. And I'm now the director of the Community Land Rights and Conservation Finance Initiative, Clarify. Clarify has been created, and we have been drafting this funding mechanism based on the 20 years of experience of the Rights and Resource Initiative coalitions. And I know a lot of the coalition members here, so welcome and thank you for being here with us today. And let me give you some of the initial words to really start our conversation in pastoralism. Pastoralism is a huge indigenous land use and livelihood production system in terms of landscape implicated and population relying on it. At least 43% of Africa land size is under pastoralist rangelands production. About 500 million people rely on pastoralism for their basic needs and survival. These landscapes, savanna, woodlands, and grassland sequester tons of carbons and support significant conservancy initiatives in Africa. At least 22% of parks and game reserves in Kenya are located within pastoral lands. This forms 8% of Kenya landmass. Most community-based conservation initiatives in Kenya, for example, are located within communal pastoral lands, which has 12% of Kenya landmass has surface lands under national parks and game reserves. In the eastern part of Africa, lands under pastoralism, arid and semi-desertic lands are up to 75% of Kenya's landmass and Uganda, Tanzania. Pastoralist production systems are predominantly nature-based, from grazing management through mobility and to indigenous medicine, to customary land regulation, and also is a positive relationship between nature, people, and the land, or what we call our Mother Earth. So based in this, we see the importance, the significant contribution that the pastoralists are giving us, not only to the African continent, but to the world. So please help me to welcome a panel of very strong leaders from the region. Please help me welcome Anne Samente to the table. Thank you. Anne is the head of programs, strategy, and partnerships in MIPIDO, Kenya. Also, help me welcome Dr. Basiru Isa, Secretary General of REPALEAC, an indigenous peoples network in Congo Basin, with 8 countries. Also, please help me welcome Balkisu Burba, President of the Indigenous Peoples and Sustainable Development Organization from Cameroon. Welcome. And Kenaya Parkire is the program coordinator for ILEPA in Kenya. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so let's start this amazing conversation. And we will go first to the first question. So let's start here with Samantha. Overview of pastoralists in Africa. So how will you describe the current state of pastoralists in Africa? And what is the unique contribution that do pastoralists make to climate resilience and ecosystem management? And what are the challenges that you are facing now?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope this mic is good enough. Can you hear me? Thank you. So I think from the initial presentation from my sister Deborah, we have already gotten an idea of the contribution that pastoralism or pastoralists make, not just in the, to the conservation sector, not only to the national and regional economies, but also definitely to the households. Pastoralism is what has kept us alive for all these years. And the reason today I'm speaking the language that we can all understand without really minding the continent you come from, or the country you come from, or the colonizer that colonized your country, is because my father went to the market, sold a cow, and took me to school. That is why I am able to be here today and be able to communicate with you. So for me, I normally begin from that, because I saw my dad selling a cow. When we were in the lower school, he would sell a goat. As you progress, of course, it becomes a bit costly. Education becomes a bit costly. And so he would sell one cow, you go to university, and he sells even more. And so this is a livelihood system, and as I said, it's our cultural identity. Apart from being just a livelihood system, it is also our cultural identity. The reason, for example, why my community in Kenya, which is the Ma, people, we refer to it as Africa is known because of the Maasai, or at least Kenya, is because most of the communities that I belong are pastoralists. And we have just had contribution when it comes to economic. Most of, like 80% of meat and milk in the region, when I say region, I mean Africa, comes from pastoralist community. So we literally feed the continent. And with all these contributions, we also make serious contribution when it comes to ecosystem management and conservation. The reason why we have been around for all this long, despite the challenges to do with the climate crisis, the reason why we have been resilient enough is because we have one major contribution that we make. This is the traditional knowledge that helps us to sustain our environment, helps us to manage our land sustainably, helps us to just be good stewards of the land, who indeed we are. We are indeed the true stewards of the land. And so with all this contribution, and going to the question that, the other part of the question, this has not been properly acknowledged, or these contributions have been undervalued. These contributions are not taken as any other contribution that is being acknowledged out here. And for us, that has been one way of undermining our resilience and undermining our well-being and undermining the fact that we are here and surviving. And so some of the challenges that come with, with that is that there is a lot of pressures on our lands and territories. Simply, competing interests on our lands, because we have just heard from the initial statement that our land sequesters carbon. Most of the carbon right now sequestered in Kenya, for example, because I come from Kenya, is sequestered on pastoralist land, is sequestered on our rangelands. And while this, to the world is one solution, but again, if not well tackled, might also threaten pastoralism, because it's changing land use, and sometimes it breaks the mobility. And for pastoralists, mobility is everything. For nomadic pastoralists, you kill mobility. Whenever mobility is not doable anymore, then it means you have undermined their resilience. It means that chances of survival are very minimal. And so these competing interests have continued to put pressure on pastoralism, especially on their lands. And so, and of course also leading to insecure land tenure, specifically because our land is now gaining even more interest from all over, even globally. I've just talked about the carbon. Where are the carbon investors coming from? They are coming from the west to our lands. And so a lot of pressure is coming around, which threatens everything to do with pastoralism. And the other issue is about, some projected narratives out there, which are very much ill-informed narratives. A good one is the tragedy of the commons, a narrative that is being sold out there, that the moment there is this one common resource used by everyone, chances are they are going to be, the resources are going to be depleted because, everyone is not, the fact that they don't own it, because most of our lands are communally owned, then it means you are going to carelessly use it, which is a very ill-informed narrative. And this has brought about a lot of misunderstanding, even leading to government devising policies that are very much against pastoralism. And right now, as Dr. Barume normally talks about it, the new current ongoing threat is the fact that policies are being devised or revised that are actually undermining or taking away the benefits that had earlier on been the benefits of it to indigenous peoples that were earlier on there. So this kind of misinformed narratives have had a very serious impact on the pastoralism in the region. And then, of course, there is also the ill narrative, again, of, pastoralists do overstocking, leading to degradation of land. And sometimes they're even termed as lazy. I remember one time when I was going to school, not to school, sorry, to graze our animals, and someone comes and tells me, okay, so what are you going to do after grazing the animals? And I'm like, I'm here full-time. What do you mean, what are you going to do after grazing? This is our full-time job. This is what we do for a living. This is all we know. This is everything to us. And so, that kind of narratives have continued to undermine pastoralism. Then I have just talked slightly about the policy, but there is a lot of policy neglect when it comes to pastoralism, including policy interventions, and including interventions such as supporting pastoralists when it comes to rebuilding their livelihoods after the serious crisis that pastoralists are facing right now because of climate change. The rampant droughts that, when we were growing up, you'd only experience one drought in 10 years, in a decade. But right now, it's year in, year out. But you find that governments will be busy, supporting, for example, the farmers at times. I remember during the drought in Kenya of 2020 up to 2023, at least our brothers from the farmers could receive some subsidies when it came to their fertilizers. But no pastoralist family got support when it came to, say, restocking. So there's a lot of, I would say there's a lot of policy neglect. And of course also, because of the virtue of the fact that most of the pastoralists come from dry lands, there's also, it leads to further marginalization. And again, you find that even basic services sometimes, such as education, such as health, become a whole problem because of that kind of, I would say, deliberate kind of marginalization. And of course, again, climate finance is one challenge, and that is what the main topic right now. There have been very negligible or very minimal climate finance directed to pastoralists, especially in the past few years. And that, again, has so much to talk about undermining the contribution, undervaluing the contribution, because we know for sure that pastoralism is a support system to the nations in terms of their economic kind of income or economic activities, or at least provides economic stability to countries in one way or another. If we know that pastoralism helps in sustainable use of our resources, then that itself makes pastoralists key actors in climate discussions. And so ignoring that and not having kind of dedicated financing to pastoralism, then that one has an implication on how they are going to remain resilient. And so I'm going to stop there. I know I'll have another minute, but thank you so much.
Thank thank you, my dear sister, for that overview on where are those threats that are still there. So let's hear from my brother, Dr. Basiru. Basiru, Repalak has played a huge role bringing and bridging our local realities to the regional agenda, but also to the global agenda as part of the Global Alliance of Territorial Communities, and now a co-chair of that important movement, right, around the world. So we know there is a road that has been already been walked through pastoralist movements around the region and the continent. So you were in the New York Climate Week, in the African Summit, in some of these big events, right, bringing that agenda forward and bringing those voices. So why is it strategic, relevant, and necessary to build a strong indigenous pastoralist movement in Africa today?
Okay, thank you so much, Deborah, and thank you everyone for making your time to this important session. You know, today around the world, the discussion is about forest. All the major narratives today is about forest. But I would like to start by saying that the only way to protect forest is to protect the rangelands. Because when the rangelands will no more exist, pastoralists will move to the forest. So that one, I want to be everyone to be sure about that. Because if pastoralists will not have place to be, they will also join others in the forest, and it will be danger to the forest. And today, as you say, there is a need building a strong indigenous pastoralist movement, especially in Africa, for climate resilience and for cultural preservation. Because anytime we are talking about funding, we are talking about finance, but we are forgetting about culture. Because everything, first of all, is cultural. Before even being financial, is cultural. So pastoralists in Africa especially, sustain over 260 million people across Africa and contributing up to 90% of meat consumed in Africa. So pastoralism is not just an activity, but it also means of food sovereignty. So without pastoralism, Africans also risk of being food insecure. Pastoralism also manage pastoralists manage vast rangelands which cover more than half of Africa. And this is very important. And today there is little attention paid on pastoralist rangelands. And you know, as we said, pastoralism is not just an activity, but it's a cultural activity. I remember there was a paper produced by Mboskuda. I'm happy to see the Vice National President here. I think some 10 years ago, the title of the paper was In Search of Common Grounds. And in this paper, it was mentioned that, for pastoralists, having cattle is not just having wealth, but it's a way of living. Like for pastoralists, for example, if there is a choice between a cow which is sick and a human being which is sick, they will prefer, first of all, to save the life of the cattle than to save the life of the human being. Yes, because for them, the cattle embodied the human. So I think it is very important when we talk about rangelands and pastoralists to understand the place of cattle in the pastoralist culture. I worked on it during my master's thesis, I think in 2012, which was titled The Place of Cattle in the Pastoralist Culture. And I discovered so many things. So it is not just like a wealth, but it is a way of being. And also mobility of pastoralists is one of the strategic adaptation form. Because pastoralists, they don't destroy land, but at least they navigate between adaptation to climate variability, allowing pastoralists to optimize scarce resources and maintain ecological balance. So it is very important. Pastoralist communities are often politically marginalized, making a unified movement essentially for advocacy. So it is important today for pastoralists not to move as individuals or isolated organizations. We know that we have strong indigenous organizations like the Pingo Forum in Tanzania, like PIDO in Kenya, like ILEPA also in Kenya. But their actions cannot be powerful if they are not into a network. And that is why today, for example, like in Ripaliak, we are calling, especially for PIDO, for ILEPA, and like for Pingo, for others in Tanzania, so that how can we come together? The strategic plan of Ripaliak previews a space for pastoralists, because we are working with the two communities, and we think that it's important to maintain between the forest and the pastoralists. And today, one of our call in this panel is to see how we can collaborate, Ripaliak in the Congo Basin, and with others in the Eastern Africa, to see how we can come together and form a strong pastoralist movement that will also advocate. Because, for example, we have like the UN desertification, which will happen next year in Mongolia. Because also, if we don't use pastoralists, desert will continue to advance, and indigenous pastoralists will continue to move to the forest. So there is really a call for this to happen. But in terms of policies, it is equally important to recognize pastoralism in national climate strategies. Not only recognizing forests in national climate strategies, but pastoralists also, they live also in an ecosystem, which also plays a very important role. They also need to develop tailored climate finance instruments that account for pastoralist community mobility. Because you know, mobility with pastoralists is not just an activity, it's not just an action, but it's also a way of life. It's also the way of balancing the ecosystem, and also it's an ecological instrument. There is also need to invest in decentralized infrastructure and services delivery. They also need to support pastoralist-led institutions and cooperatives. I know, for example, like in Cameroon, there is a cooperative led by pastoralists. I think maybe Musa is also a member which is doing well. So I think having like a strong pastoralist network that combines Central Africa and East Africa, and I think that Clarify and RRI can facilitate this. We saw how RRI and Clarify also try to facilitate the ICA, but I think this something of such linked to pastoralists, because if we want to fight for land rights, we want to fight for climate balance, biodiversity and all the likes, we need to take pastoralists also into consideration. And finally, there is also need, to leverage international frameworks like the International Year of Rangeland and Pastoralists, which will happen in 2026 to mobilize global support and funding for pastoralists. So I will end by calling on Clarify, RRI, and those who are around here to support Ripaliak and PIDO and ILEPA by putting in place a strong indigenous peoples-led network that will, work around pastoralists and rangeland. Thank you so much.
Thank you for those extraordinary contribution around policy, but around also what is needed as a call for action. And just to want to say that we are committed to really continue supporting. We will have our President Solange giving some words around the world that we are going to be doing in 2026 for around pastoralism. So we will continue the discussion there. So let's move to Balkisu Buba, my sister, as a woman, right, in this movement, experiencing a lot of the challenges for accessing this funding that our brother Basir was just said that is so needed, right, for the development by our own development, right, from our own vision. How are women experiencing those barriers, and what are your thoughts around the access to funding through the networks and the experiences and the mechanism that we already are seeing has been establishing in the region?
Thank you very much, Deborah, for giving me the floor. I will pick up from what my brother Basiru said. You know, for a very long time when we talk about climate finance has been focused a lot on the forests. And being focused on the forest, meaning the pastoralists have been left behind, especially pastoralist women. They have been left behind for a very long time. Whereas pastoralist women, we have been using our traditional knowledge to conserve the environment. We have been the backbone of pastoralism in the different parts that we live. And using this traditional knowledge, we have, if today, with the advent of climate change, we are still here, we are still resilient, is because of that traditional knowledge. And the people who transmit that traditional knowledge from generation to generation are mostly the women. For example, if we have children in the family, the first thing they learn, the things that they learn from the home, they learn it from the women, they learn it from the mothers. Learning the mother tongue and so on comes from the mothers. So women, they are really at a position which is really vulnerable when it comes to climate finance, because people think that since they are forest focused and so on. And the next thing I will talk about is the misconception. People misconceive the fact that pastoralism, there's people say that no, pastoralism destroys the environment, it helps to degrade the land. I'm very surprised and shocked each time I hear people talk about it like that. It's because, for me, I think it's because they have limited knowledge about pastoralism. Because if you look at our way of life, if you look at the way we operate in the pastoral areas, you see that our way of life is very sustainable in such a way that we move, for example, from place to place. Just that traditional grazing system, moving from place to place, is a way of conserving biodiversity. It's a way of protecting the environment. Because as we graze here and then we live here from paddock A maybe to paddock B, as we leave this place, we go for a while because we know that we are leaving this environment to regenerate naturally. By the time we go around to come back, this environment has generated and we can now have the pastures here for our cattle and so on. So financing activities in this area is very, very important. Then when we look at also complexities around climate finance is kind of looking something so complex to a pastoralist, especially to pastoralist women. Because if you look at it, the climate finance, they have so many criteria, so many complexities. You have big templates that you have to fill from for days. The template is not finishing. And look at the pastoralist areas where we live. How many people have access to internet? How many people have access to the different templates who can read, understand, and comply to all of these exigencies that they give? It becomes difficult. It finally marginalizes the people in the pastoralist areas. When we look at reporting systems are equally very complex. They tell you have to meet this standard, you have to report like this. It becomes so complex, especially for women that don't have the capacity to do so. And then lack of information too is not helping us when it comes to climate finance. Because when we are in the community grazing and doing our things, if we don't have information, maybe a call for a proposal, a call for this, it becomes difficult for us to know that, okay, there is a call for proposal maybe by Clarify or by RRI or whatever. So lack of information is another thing that is really hindering climate finance to indigenous people and indigenous women in particular. So in order to ensure that we should have access to climate finance, the first thing is we should try to understand, people should try to understand more what pastoralism is all about. Because many people, they just see pastoralism as one useless activity that doesn't matter. As my brother Bashiru said, if you don't take care of the pastoral lands, we will all enter into the forest and then we will have chaos at the end of the day because we cannot protect the forest with all of us inside the forest. It becomes dangerous. So people have to understand pastoralism, understand the benefits of pastoralism, understand the knowledge, the traditional knowledge that we offer as solutions to climate action. The next thing is we have to simplify some of these procedures. These processes that are very complex with large templates that we have to fill using internet facilities and so on, it should be simplified. If we simplify these templates, it will be easier for people. And then another thing is that people should also try to work with our own procedures, because if we are talking about climate finance, we are talking about a win-win partnership. And in order for us to have a win-win partnership, you can come with your procedures and we come also with our procedures, and then we try to find a common ground where we have the procedures that we can come up with something that is beneficial to the partners as well as beneficial to the indigenous women. That way we know that we are in a mutual beneficial partnership. We should equally try to respect the free, prior, informed consent of indigenous women, especially pastoralist women. We have to engage them in meaningful discussions. We have to ensure that there is community participation. We have to make sure that they are informed about whatever thing is going around. We have to simplify some of these FP guides, put them in the local languages that the people understand, so that they will be able to access these guides and understand, so that the FP will not only be in terms of just words, but it will be effective. Then we should also look at capacity building for pastoralist women. Capacity building is also very important, because as we know, we need to be structured, we need to be very organized, and we need to build the capacities of these women so that they will be able to access climate finance, do their works, and give feedback. There is also the issue of involving them in decision making, because when you are not part of the decision, then you are out of the decision. So the pastoralist women, pastoralist youths, they need to involve them in decision making. When they are on the table to make these decisions, you finally see that they will make decisions that are beneficial to them, decisions that are beneficial to the environment, and beneficial to all of us. The last thing I will talk about is direct access to finance, because we have been talking about direct access to finance for indigenous people and so on, but I'm talking about direct access to finance for indigenous women and indigenous youths. Because if you look at it, indigenous women, they access finance at a very little scale. So if we can intentionally have dedicated windows in different funding mechanisms that go directly to indigenous women, it will be very important. That we can learn from some more examples, like the example of Clarify. We have in the Repaliac Fund, with the Repaliac funding mechanism, we have Clarify that has given direct access to funding for indigenous women in the Central Africa area, in the Congo Basin. So we should learn from some of these good examples so that we replicate these examples in the pastoralist communities and other communities around the world. And we would like to call on RRI, Clarify, and other partners to work with us. And as we know, next year is the year of rangelands and pastoralists, to work with us to see how we can structure pastoralists across Africa to make sure that we all come together as a strong network and work together for the betterment of our pastoralist communities and to continue protecting and preserving our environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my sister. That's a great call to action around preparing for next year with a solid network in Pan-African network. So let's go with Kanaya. And now we have been seeing the demand for community-led research. So data and research that is led directly by the community. So in terms of how can data and research be used to attract climate finance, informed decision making? And we have seen some of the misperception around pastoralism that you have been sharing right now. Like pastoralism is a way to destroy. Pastoralism is just an activity, is simple, is not a solution, right? We have seen these type of misperceptions and narratives. So how can this data driven by the community, led by the community, can help us to shift the narrative?
Thank you very much. And I really want to convey my, to thank Impedo for organizing this. And good afternoon. My name is Kenea Parikire. I come from Kenya. I'm representing an organization called Indigenous Livelihood Enhancement Partners, ILEPA. When I say ILEPA, people know Kimaren. Yes, so when I was told to really speak about how can data and research can be used to influence decision in policy and climate finance access, what came to my mind is from evidence to equity, how we can use indigenous-led research, to unlock climate finance. And I was just thinking about, indeed, if your issues are not presented in data sets, then you're doomed. So I think for the longest, research has been used as a colonization model and an oppressing tool, because colonizers will come and do research on indigenous people of pastoralist community, but not for them. So I think it's a high time research or indigenous-led research should be done by indigenous people or pastoralist community for themselves. So the narratives need to change. Of course, in Africa, across the rangelands of Africa, data is not in spreadsheets and satellites. It's in storytelling. It is in mobility, migration. It is in knowledge holders. It is in transfer of knowledge from one generation to another. So direct finance is indeed time to direct finance to research, and not just research, but research by indigenous people. What is the problem then? What is the gap? Most of climate finance frameworks rely on technical and qualitative data, satellites, images and statistics, and models, but often disconnect from the rangelands of the pastoralists. They do not know that everybody is a researcher. The Maasai will say, "Memanya imeleno." Why? You cannot go to a new land without first really trying to understand the kind of place you're going. And that is research. So by default, pastoralists are researchers by nature. We are all of us researchers. But then often, this is not captured in policy frameworks and which inform now climate finance access. Indigenous pastoralists hold deep ecological knowledge. They track the stars. Ask me why. We can read the intestines of a goat and we can tell that it is raining. That is knowledge that cannot be understood by a funder. But that it's high time now that knowledge needs to be transferred into data sets that can be funded, into projects that can be funded. So majorly this international policy do not take account to this knowledge that is held and that is held by indigenous communities. And what does that result into? Underrepresentation, and ladies and gentlemen, underfunding, and intervention that missed the mark. That indeed there is what goes beyond the data sets that are in spreadsheets and satellites. Often pastoralism is labeled as backward and destructive. But the truth is, the model of, moving animals from one area to another is indeed that which sustains grasslands. We know when we move animals from one area to another, we are preserving this other area. The Maasai will call it ologeri. You will feed them here and move them there. Prevents overgrazing, of course. That is that I'm calling about mobile herding, enhanced carbon storage, and maintains biodiversity. That is the problem, ladies and gentlemen. As ILEPA, we believe in research, and we believe in research that speaks for the people. Very recently, we convened a conference that we had partnered with other development partners that was called Indigenous-Led Research and Education. And we were trying to understand how can we enhance, how can Indigenous-led research can attract, the support that it really needs. So the world is stronger when indigenous and Western ways of knowing meet with respect and purpose. We understand that, yes, Western ways of knowing are in need, but then the indigenous knowledge also need to be bring together respectively. So what should we do to build evidence through indigenous-led research? One is community engagement in research. We need to train young men and women, indigenous, of course, not just as data collectors, but knowledge custodians. They need to document their live realities and ecology indicators that guide adaptation and resilience. Second, we need evidence co-production. Look at the elders who can be able to read stars and read intestines and read the winds and read the clouds. We need to bring them together with meteorological experts and let them interpret data and let them interpret climate change. That is policy dialogues. We need to convene elders, policymakers, and experts to translate how indigenous wisdom can actually action policy insights. And for this publication and advocacy, research should inform county and national policies. So across our counties and across our nations, in the context of Kenya, we need policies that inform access to water for the pastoralists, access to pasture. You know, things like hay silos. We need them in our counties. We need them in our countries. Because somebody said, it is high time that we stop moving our animals around. It's high time we move grasses and pasture where our animals are. That is an adaptation. How do we link data, policy, and climate finance? Ladies and gentlemen, evidence is power, and we are lacking. It's high time we write our own research, our lived realities. We need to integrate indigenous knowledge into national policies, climate education, environment, and land. Of course, we need to foster partnership between governments, indigenous institutions, and global funders. They need to understand us. We need to establish our own data and research centers where knowledge is preserved, validated, and shared in indigenous languages. It's high time we get data and research that is written in our own languages. We don't need to translate it again. We don't need to have translators in our own data and our own research. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to ensure that finance flow directly to indigenous institutions and pastoralist organizations. Because data speaks both in language of science and in the rhythm of land. And of course, it becomes irresistible to policies and finance. So what should we do then? Let us not just fund projects. Let us fund knowledge systems of our pastoralist communities. Let us not just extract data. Let us empower our data and our data keepers. Because without indigenous-led research and without seeing pastoralism as a solution, there can never be inclusion in climate finance. Thank you.
Thank you for those amazing contributions on community-led research. And I am so glad to have the youth engaged in this data as well, because this is transgeneration process that have to give. So I had a second question for my panelists, but they are so brilliant that they already answered everything. So I'm going to put an improvised question. So if we need to take one thing away from today's session to build into our daily work, look at the room. We are here from different sectors, from different partnerships. What will be that call to action that you would like us to keep, go, and make in our daily day work? You want to go?
Okay, thank you very much. For me, my call to action is that partners should invest resources into the pastoralist sector, because the pastoralist sector for a very long time has been neglected when it comes to climate finance. So climate finance should go directly to the pastoralists. It should also go to in a very structured manner. For example, now in the Central African region, we have Repaleac Fund. We have different funding mechanisms like the Shandia and others. So it should also, they should also make good use, the partners should make good use of these funding mechanisms that we have already developed to channel funds to pastoralist community and give priority to some activities in the pastoral area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think the call for action today is to continue supporting the existing platforms that exist, so that they can build up others. And I think there is a need, for example, for to continue supporting the pastoralists, as we said. And knowing that supporting the pastoralist movement is also part of protecting the forest. Like we said, if we talk about supporting the existing platforms and all the like the Congo Basin 2030 vision of Ripaliak, inside you will see not only forest, but you will see how we talk about pastoralist economies. You see how we talk protecting pastoralist land right. So our call for action today is to support the 2030 Congo Basin vision of Ripaliak. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And for me, the call to action would be, as we discussed today about the guardians of financing the guardians of rangelands, we must recognize that investing in pastoralism is not just about protecting livelihoods. It is about safeguarding ecosystems. It is about advancing climate justice. Climate finance must therefore become accessible, inclusive, and responsive to pastoralist realities, supporting community-led initiatives and recognizing their role as stewards of Africa's dry lands. And finally, we need an urgent paradigm shift to recognize and meaningfully support the unquestionable guardians of rangelands, the pastoralists. Thank you.
Thank you.
When indigenous-led research is done by indigenous themselves, then the story of pastoralism, of course, will change. So the call to action today will be, one, let us establish indigenous-led research centers where our stories, our data, and our histories will be stored. And of course, if we have centers, then fund indigenous-led research. Let projects that surround, indigenous-led research, pastoralism, let them be funded. Because when we fund them, then we have our own stories. We are telling our own stories by ourselves, and then we'll be keeping them by ourselves. So let us own our data. And my call to action to everyone is, do your own research. Build the capacity of young people. Let them be researchers, not just data collectors, but the custodians of research. Thank you.
Thank you. So we wanted to have a space for conversation. So we want to open the space now for questions. If you want to dedicate the question directly to one of our panelists. And maybe Saba, if you would like to help me with one of the mics. And the floor is open for any questions that you might have.
Okay. Thank you again for the panelists. That's wonderful, more recent discussion. I'm Musa Usman Ndamba. I'm from Cameroon. I'm also a pastoralist. As Dr. Basiri said, I'm the Vice National President of Boskuda, Cameroon. So talking about financing for the guardians of the rangelands, we are into the International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralism, which is dedicated to kind of promoting pastoralism and the United Nations recognizing this aspect. So how my question or my comment is, how this platform like RRI, Ripalia, Clarify could leverage on this page to align the activities of pastoralists to capitalize on this in order to secure more funding for pastoralists, and not only funding, but also I think land right for pastoralists and indigenous people. And I think luckily enough, the year is also double, I think, with the International Year of Women and Rural Women, something like that. So it's women are also not completely left out by this International Year in 2026. So how do you leverage on this to capitalize on this so that we can make more gain from this? Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe we'll hear from the panelists here. Or can we have all, there is more questions to take all the questions once?
Merci beaucoup. Je vais essayer un mauvais anglais là parce que. Yeah, okay. So, thank you so much for the audience, for panelists. I thank my sister there with data. Data is very, very good because data shows the evidence and can support the advocacy. My intervention is true for call of action and what the network as Europalia can help to involve pastoralists in policymaker and all pledge when we take the region like Congo Basin, because we have Congo Basin. When you talk to Congo Basin, you have only six countries. And they forget that we have Chad and the other who keep the desert. So, one point for call of action, how you can now make mediation, a dialogue between network or organization, leaders of pastoralists and the other regional institutions. You have COMIFAC. In East Africa, you have East Africa ECAS. How you can now use this space to make advocacy and to influence some policy in the region. And you have the tool, because data is evidence. When you come with advocacy without evidence, some state delegation says that, oh, they all need to write every day, write online. And especially for the pastoralists, because no, in the forest state can be convinced by contribution of pastoralists to preserve the nature. So how you can do that? In Repaleak, it gives an example for Repaleak, we have dialogue with COMIFAC. And 2 years ago, we had now pushed Repaleak guideline, COMIFAC guideline, not only to involve community, indigenous people and community to manage forests, also how they can now take account pastoralists. And we have now 2 workshops in Jamena when Repaleak had now give a note opposition how COMIFAC can now build the guideline to help and to involve the pastoralists. That is one way. If we have call of action, you can now support data, you support also funds, also dialogue with state through some regional institution. Thank you.
There is any additional question? If no, we'll get to our panelists. So Samantha and Basiru, can you talk a little bit about the plans for Pastoralist Year?
Okay, thank you very much. And I want to address the comment by my brother Joseph Itongwa I think the point he has raised about, building partnerships and ensuring that, we have partnerships that can help us in sending the language that we want into the policy environment, for instance. And I think that is something that this network looks out to do, especially for pastoralists. The difference between the pastoralist and the forest is that for pastoralists, they move from one place to another, meaning we cannot be confined by national boundaries, for example. Meaning if we have to engage, we have to engage also the regional bodies, like the East African community. We need to engage because there's need for policy engagement or some policy environment that is favorable to the pastoralist community when it comes, for example, from migrating from northern Kenya to southern Ethiopia, southern Kenya, northern Tanzania. I remember a few years ago, the Tanzanian government confiscated thousands of animals from Kenya. And if we had a policy, and a policy that safeguards that, then definitely we would not have had that issue. And also, I talked about carbon being one threat of in the rangelands. And again, we are engaging with the AUDA NEPAD, who are coming up with principles of integrity and equity. And this is one area that we must engage. This is an area that we cannot just be quiet about, because if those principles come out and our true inspirations are not captured, if our what we feel is a threat is not addressed, then we definitely lose out. So there is a need to create strong partnership to engage not just national governments, but also regional governments if pastoralism is to thrive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The points of Cordo Joseph, engaging this type of dialogues, especially with the regional bodies, cannot be done in a national organization. It is very difficult. You can only do it if you have like a cross-border network, because with COMIFAC, with TAS and all the likes, because it involves other countries. Like, for example, it's difficult. Yeah, please. Okay. It will be difficult, for example, for one organization in Kenya to engage dialogue with a regional organization like ACAS and others. So, and I think this is the second or the third time we are calling on this, especially for East Africa, to have like a regional network, to have a strong regional network that will focus on pastoralism. And this will now help. And I think during the ICA, for example, Repaliac shared their experience that it's difficult to have an all African indigenous network without strong regional networks. It is very difficult. So I think this one is, I reinforce this call from Joseph so that we can do that. And on the point raised by Mr. Musa, in terms of pastoralists, there are two things to differentiate. It will be difficult to talk about land rights, but rather to talk about territorial rights. Because here the problem is not access to land, but is how do we access and manage and control and have rights over our territories. That is it. And that is why in the Global Alliance we're talking about territorial communities and not land communities, because it is different. Each and everyone here can go and buy 100, 500, 1 hectares of land and pay and have a land title. But here we want to have rights over our territories. And our territories are defined. They are culturally defined, they are ethnically defined, and also they are commonly identified. So this is very important. And that is why we are calling on indigenous peoples who are on the international negotiations and advocacies to make sure that they have the language, they have the concepts, they have the literature that abide with what they want. Because today, when we talk about land right, is outdated. It's outdated, but it's territorial right which is the right word. And that is where indigenous peoples identify themselves. That is the difference between indigenous peoples and other communities. Because indigenous peoples, they are tied to their territorial and ancestral land, while others are tied to their land where they can go and cultivate and they cannot stay. indigenous peoples cannot do their economic activities on the land that they don't live, because their life is linked to their territories and everything is linked to their territories. So I wanted to mention that, so much so that it's also like a call for all indigenous peoples who are involved in negotiations and in advocacy. We should know the concepts and the literature that we use when we are doing our advocacies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those questions. Just to build on Pa Musa's question, it is very important for us to work in synergy. We need to work in synergy between the different pastoralist organizations, build solid pastoralist networks, and also leverage on the existing platforms that we have. As I earlier said, we can learn from the good practices. For example, we have Repaliac that has gone across 8 different countries. We can learn from the success story of Repaliac, working with Comifac and others. We can learn from that and build synergies that we can work together. We can also, we count also on good partnerships, like partnership with Clarify, RRI, and other partners. We need to work closely with our partners to build the priorities of the pastoralist community so that together we can move forward. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just to build on what the panelists has been saying, when we foster, multi partnership between governments, pastoralist communities or indigenous communities, and of course global funders, then it becomes irresistible to policy and to finance. So it is easier when we run after things as a group than running after things as a single person. So just to say, when we bring our energy together, it becomes more easier to attract resources and even, for policy and for financing. Thank you.
Thank you, and please a big round of applause to our panelists, brothers and sisters here. Thank you for that. And we are not finished yet, but please help me be seated. We want to, let me bring this here. So thank you. Please help me welcome now with some of reflections now that we have heard from our panelists about realities, about call to actions, about success stories, regional strategic networks, and how can we start building this roadmap, this strategy for pastoralist years in 2026 and beyond that. So please help me welcome Dr. Albert Barume, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, with some reflections from the discussions today. So please, the floor is yours, Dr. Barume. Thank you.
Thank you for the, I'm sorry I came a bit late. We were at the, as a summit of indigenous women and youth, which was outside the building. So really apology for, it's good to see, to be here. Thank you for inviting me. This is home to me because this is Africa. So it's really a pleasure to be back home. I just want to make really 2 little points. And I'm probably doing it because a special rapporteur on the right of indigenous peoples. The pastoralism, it's a case of injustice. And it's very important that in the climate debate, we can be able to elaborate why the lack of protection for pastoralism is an injustice. And is an injustice that comes to the heart of indigenous people's international legal regime. Because it's a regime designed to correct that very specific injustice that affects group of peoples or livelihoods. It's 2 things. Where people or individual are seen as uncivilized or livelihoods seen as uncivilized. That's exactly what happened in America, in Latin America, in North America, in Europe, and that led to the indigenous people international legal regime. And it is for that reason that in that regime doesn't really apply to everybody. And you will hear often many African officials saying we are all indigenous. Is because they confuse two things. They confuse the literal meaning and the human right meaning. The dictionary meaning, obviously, every single African, all of us, we can say we are indigenous to the continent. But we cannot all say that we were victim or we are victim of that particular discrimination that looks at certain people or looks at certain way of life as savage. In the post-colonial Africa, we all cannot say we are victim of that. So when you scan the continent from Algeria to Cape Town, having that in mind, that human right meaning, you can really trace down who the international legal regime on indigenous peoples applies to. Not all of us. It's so unfair. There are, up to the day we speak, people who are seen as savage. I said it in one meeting a couple of days ago, that there are in Africa families that still own pygmies. There are still in Africa kids that mock Mbororo kids when they see them to school. It's like they have seen something alien. That's the injustice. Nobody chose to be pastoralist. Nobody. Nobody chose to be agriculturalist. And that's where the injustice lies. And in a country where in Africa we have managed to explain that this is injustice, states and country have reacted. It's that element that I really wanted to put on the table as a supplement to our arguments, our core arguments. There were absolutely valuable arguments made here, but my plea is to add to that list of arguments the injustice, the human rights argument. My second point, and really very rapidly, is that the finance is a right. When you read Article 3 of the Declaration, in conjunction with Article 4, it clearly links the access to financial resources with the enjoyment of the right to self-determination. Because you cannot really be self-determined if you don't have financial means. Article 4 of the Declaration explicitly speaks of financial support because, and I said it in Ford Foundation in the morning for those who were there, because the concept of right to self-determination, when it was conceptualized with two dimensions, a political freedom and a financial freedom. Decolonized states could not become totally independent if they had no control over their natural resources. It is that same rights that applies to indigenous people, which makes the uniqueness of the indigenous people legal regime. So it is a right for indigenous people to actually access finance. And the donors, the philanthropic organizations should know this is not charity. People are claiming rights to access to finance. Madam Chair, I think I better stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank thank you for those words, and let's add it to our list of advocacy, right? The injustice that is happening in the self-determined finance. I think there are two powerful messages here that we can take also. So we are coming to the end of our session. So I would like to invite our Madam Solange Banjaki Bajid, the president of the Resource and Research Initiative and also coordinator. So thank you. She will give us the final remarks.
Thank you very much, Deborah, the panelists, Special Rapporteur Albert. What a powerful panel. What a powerful event. We have heard facts, data, stories, live experience. I mean, you name it. I'm really pleased to see such high-level conversation around pastoralism. And I just wanted to share with you what we have done with the pastoralist community in East Africa over the last 3 years. Under Clarify, we worked with at least 7 to 9 pastoralist organizations in Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, and they're doing amazing work on the ground. So that is really happening, because what we wanted to demonstrate there is how direct access to funding can work. And I'm sure once they start sharing the achievements, the impact that the work is having on the ground, you'll be amazed. We also have been working with ILEPA around pastoralist-led research. And this is something also that will moving forward in 2026 as RRI. And of course, under Clarify again, with Repalayak, we are funding 8 women's organizations, including pastoralist women's organization, as part of the direct access to funding. So this is really key. And what I wanted to share here is what we're planning on moving forward for the year of pastoralism and rangeland. We've already started talking to our pastoralist brothers and sisters. We're already thinking of drafting a roadmap that will help lead the year forward. It's a great year, it's a big year, and it's part of RRI main priorities for 2026. We will be supporting some analysis that will be done by our pastoralist brothers and sisters. We will also support some of the work that Basiru was mentioning around cross-border collaboration or a network. We already started with one of the organizations in East Africa who's looking on the cross-border issues. But I think in 2026, as part of our strategy, we have been thinking about this cross-regional network, because it's not only East Africa. I mean, you take all the Sahel. I'm from Senegal. I mean, you take the Sahel all the way to Ethiopia, coming to the Congo Basin, going down to South Africa. Pastoralists are there, and they're having their own ways of life. The mobility that we talk about, it's them. So when we talk about land, when we refer to pastoralists, it's not something static, right? We have to move beyond that and think about their identity, their ways of living. And so we're getting ready for the year of pastoralism and rangeland. We will be part of the UNCCD, but also that's the year where we have the 3 Rio conventions happening at the same time. What we will do, we'll see how do we make sure the pastoralists participate in those meetings, but also are represented. Participation and representation is key, because they could be part of the decision-making processes and push for their own agenda. So what I wanted to share one major analysis that we already started with our pastoralist brothers and sisters, and it's being led by our tenure tracking team at RRI, is we have developed and validated the RRI first globally comparable pastoralist bundles of right analytical framework. It has been a year since we've engaged, so the methodology has been developed, co-created with our pastoralist brothers and sisters. And here also we want to start capturing the indigenous data sovereignty, how indigenous people can lead the way, how they can develop their own data, have their own reflection, and push forward. So this is something that is very big at RRI, and we're hoping that this research will be published next year as part of the Year of Pastoralism and Rangeland. We're almost there. The methodology and framework have been approved and adopted by our pastoralist brothers and sisters. We will consolidate the network that Basuri has been talking about, and we will implement the roadmap that we are starting to develop. And with Repalayak also, we will see as part of our engagement, as part of the 2026-2030 strategy of Repalayak, how do we make sure as we're supporting the pastoralist work as RRI, we make sure that it's very well captured within the Repalayak 2026-2030 strategy. Again, thank you very much for being here, and thank you, Deborah, for the amazing moderation. And Clarify is here doing amazing work. If you really are thinking of community, like direct access to funding, work on the ground to support pastoralist women, pastoralist youth, please talk to Deborah. And we as RRI will keep on advocating for the right of pastoralists and rangeland. So thank you very much for being with us. It's been amazing. And thank you, Monsieur le Special Rapporteur Albert, for being with us. As you said, this is your family. And we just called Albert this week and just said, you know what, can you join us? And he said, yes, of course. So we'll keep on doing that. Thank you.
Please, the panelists want to have a picture, so can you please join us here in this stage? And thank you, everyone. Enjoyed your afternoon. Thank you for that discussion.